All right, let's see. Perfect. So what I was gonna do today, let's switch over to this, is we've got just a little bit of an agenda to do while we are kind of writing, and then we'll talk a little bit. Um, and I think during some of that talking and whatnot, I was gonna do some planning out for the next videos. So maybe we can brainstorm a little bit about that. And then I've also got some follow up stuff to go over um, from some of the past videos, which I think will be kind of fun to talk about and chat about. But what we'll do is we'll start kind of the first bit of writing now. We'll go for about 20 minutes or so, and then um, we can come back and see how everyone's doing. Um, but I'll blur out my screen right here so you can't see what I'm writing, but you'll there's an accountability factor there, so you guys can know that I'm not just watching Netflix or something. Um, okay, let's. I'll throw up some. Let's see if these timers work. Perfect. All right. So I'm gonna mute myself, but I'll. If you guys want to, you guys are either talking in chat, I'll maybe hop in there. But otherwise, we'll start this first session with some writing. Okay. First little first little writing session is over. How'd everyone do? I fell into the trap of rereading a lot of what I was writing in the beginning. I don't know what it is. Sometimes even even if you remember kind of where you left off, it still is hard to just basically jump back to that same exact spot. Um, yeah. So, but I ran in the trap of reading not just a little bit before, um, not just a little bit before your where you last left off, and instead going back like a chapter and a half. Um, that's pretty good. 259 words. Yeah, I don't think I wrote that many words this time around, but um, I definitely feel like I've got a little bit better sense of kind of where at least this chapter's going. Um, I think that's kind of these little bites are sort of what that is about. Forces you to start and stop. I found that sometimes that can be really helpful in like a I guess like a creative sort of way because it forces you to start whatever idea that is and then forces you to kind of stop it early. Um, I don't know. There's something about it. But there's a lot of italicizes in or I use a lot of italics, at least for this project. So the hotkey, I always end up smashing a different hotkey. So um, that's also a little bit frustrating. Um, but let's see. So for something that I thought would be interesting to sort of talk about um, a little bit is kind of on the video that I did on intros, or at least the start of a project or something. Um, there were some other things that I thought were interesting to kind of bring up that might be kind of fun to sort of talk about and even go over and stuff. So well, I'm moving some stuff around. Um, why is it all messed up? Okay. But yeah, so one of these things was there's kind of been little bits of there were a few comments that were saying that the intro might not actually be sort of the most important. I think I get where that is coming from, but and a couple people I was talking with sort of in the comments and whatnot, but there definitely is this thing of if you don't kind of sell people on your intro or the beginning of your story, then it's kind of hard to make them sit around and wait for sort of you to stick the landing or even have like a compelling ending of your story. And I think that the other thing to sort of consider is that that intro, or at least the beginning of a story, is something that is there's a lot more pressure, I think, on that beginning than there is sort of on the end. Because I think that even if you have a kind of bad ending, it can even be forgiven because you've got a bunch of other story elements that kind of um, that might that readers or even an audience might think are good or compelling besides just the ending. And the other thing is that there's a lot of pressure sort of put on the beginning because you're setting up for it's carrying a lot of water for the rest of your story. Um, some things that I was even kind of thinking about were that that intro really is where you're going to be sort of showcasing, or at least getting a first impression of characters and even some of their relationships. And then you're also sort of setting up, and this was even kind of discussed a little bit in the video, but like setting up that conflict, or at least showing the reader what sort of conflict they might be able to expect. And I think that there's a lot that can go wrong, or you can even have a you can even fall into like a trap of you didn't set up enough of that story or enough of those elements to really make the stuff that happens in the middle or the end all of that rewarding, which I think is another sort of thing that is hard to it can be hard to kind of think about and think so far in advance. But it's something that is it's something that I was just thinking about that I thought was an important thing to sort of bring up. Because I think when we think about the beginning, we think about like, I gotta have my plot, or I gotta have my hook, I gotta have that first chapter, that first page, or that first line that's really gripping. But I think that if you try to frame it so that it's sort of we start setting up those other elements in the story, we can almost make it easier for us to write, but we can also make it easier than for that middle or that end to kind of be compelling in a way, which I think is something that doesn't always get considered. Yeah, sometimes too. Hold on. Yeah, sometimes too. Yeah, writing the beginning after the story's complete. That's something that I actually have seen other people do as well. Because especially during the first sort of, or I guess a zero draft where you're just trying to get the story down, then you kind of know what to set up. And I think that that's a really strong strategy. I know that I spend a lot of time on a zero draft trying to just get the story down so that way I already know what I'm setting myself up for, or I know what I can set myself up for. That's something too, because yeah, you take a lot of that pressure off. That's a really good point as well. Let's see. But another kind of point on that too is, and what I think is kind of a fun aspect is you get to sort of set the tone and set the tone not just for the story but also for the characters and even the relationships, and you can sort of introduce some of those early characters and introduce sort of their dynamic in kind of a fun and interesting way, because at the end of the day a lot of us were there. The plot is good. It's good to have like a strong plot and all those kinds of things. It's good to have really nice snappy dialogue, but I think that a lot of that comes from the characters and those relationships that they've sort of formed, and being able to sort of introduce and have that first impression of those characters and really sell it on the first pages makes that intro sometimes more important than what happens to the relationship afterwards, or at least what happens between the characters. Because sometimes too the beginning is where we see sort of the first fracture, or we get really invested in those characters. I think that's a big part too, is that building that initial investment in a character can make whatever happens after all the more compelling or powerful. So those are some things that were just kind of floating around, and that were kind of some afterthoughts of why introductions are really, I think they can sometimes be the most important. But somebody did point out that sort of, I think I saw a comment yesterday where someone said there's a quote where the intro is what gets people to read that first book, but it's the end that gets people to read the second book, which I think is also there's some validity to that as well. Let's see though. Um, why don't we then get back to we can get back to writing. If you're here right now, why don't you let me know kind of what you're working on, or at least I know I put out a question um, on the community tab a few days ago about um, what genre people are writing, and so why don't we see what everyone is writing, at least genre wise, and then we'll start sort of the next writing session or the next writing sprint in just a few minutes. All right, I'll throw up the. Right now, I'm working on a. It's science fiction, but it definitely is pretty strong in the sort of thriller elements. It's a little bit more fast paced. It's funny. I structured it like a noir thriller, just to kind of keep a really high, fast paced story. I don't know if anybody's read um, A Memory Called Empire, but it's a pretty big it's a pretty strong comparison title to kind of this one that I'm working on. So let's see. Coming of age memoir, nice. In the middle of a book. Oh yeah, I have had that happen before as well. Um, that is something that one of the first stories I actually had finished. I realized how poorly timed my the start of my story was, um, which then led to a lot of rewrites and stuff. So I understand the pain of that, but it's kind of nice to know that by trial and by error, you got all those extra words and all that extra background now. Um, let's start the next sort of writing session, um, and then we'll talk some more in like 20 minutes. All right, I'm gonna go on mute because my keyboard is very loud. Okay. Another little session done. How'd everybody do? How many hours per day and week do I write? A lot. But it's not always like fiction writing. Actually, fiction writing, I think I personally try to do at least an hour a day. And that's trying not to get caught in the editing loop. Because that can happen. Or the rewriting loop. But yeah, there are some days that I don't get a chance to write just because of other stuff going on. I don't get a chance to work on my own sort of creative projects or whatnot. 241 words, 198 words. That's pretty good. That's really good. I mean, that's getting close to like almost 1,000 words in an hour, which is a pretty good rate. That's one thing that I try. I try not to focus on the amount of time I spend writing, but more so how many words. But that can be tricky too, because if you're like rewriting something, you're doing revisions, it can feel like you're not really adding more words because you're deleting some, you're rewording some, and then you're adding some. So at the end of the day, you might have less words than you started, which in some cases is a good thing, but in others it can be a bad thing. Half an hour a day most days. That's good too. I think for most people, there's, people will say you need to write every day. People will say you need to write X amount of words a day, that kind of stuff. But I think that the biggest thing is just whatever the habit is that people, whatever habit you've established is and what works for you is what you should do. I think trying out different sort of habits or routines it can sometimes be good because sometimes you can like pick and choose things that are beneficial. But for the most part, as long as you've got a system or you're at least being consistent, I think that that's sort of the right trend that you want to be on. Because for me, edit 3 sentences. Nice, good. I'm waking you up. Yeah, for me, it's funny before I was doing sort of the wrestling with words thing. My job, I just the only time that I was able to write, and also what I found about myself is that I was most productive in the morning. But I found that for me, the best time to write was always in the mornings, just because there's not a lot of distractions. I haven't my schedule of the day hadn't necessarily piled up so much so that I all of a sudden make the excuses of, oh, I need to I need to work on this. Oh, I need to go do that. Oh, I need to go do these other things. Kind of getting it done or getting it started early in the day, not only helped me write and be consistent, but it also made me then kind of think about writing through the rest of the day. That's one thing that I think, or I don't always hear a whole lot spoken about. Sometimes other people do talk about it, but just even the daydreaming or brainstorming aspect of writing, where it's on your mind, or if your story's kind of on your mind, you can kind of get good ideas or good things to sort of go over or think about and then implement during like whatever the next writing session is. Writing kind of early kind of forced then the rest of my day, at least for me, to be this sort of, it primed sort of that pump of now I'm going to be thinking about writing for most of the rest of the day. Yeah, no, I think however much you do is good. However much you can write is, no matter what anybody says, is good as long as you're writing. Another sort of thing that I thought would be kind of fun and interesting just to talk about is, and it's an analogy that I use a lot, or I bring up in a handful of my videos, but it's sort of I talk a lot about the making factions amongst your characters, or um, making sort of, I guess factions is what I usually use, but I also think of it as like camps, different camps that people fall into. Um, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm jumping back and forth between what I was thinking about and then also what you guys are saying. Um, yeah, keeping it in the daydream state is really good too. Because I even to jump back to kind of writing early, um, Jeff Vandermeer, I think I read an interview or I watched an interview by him, and he's the one who wrote the Southern Reach trilogy, but he also, which was adapted into Annihilation, the film, and he had always said that he likes to do his writing early because there's this like half awake, half dream sort of state that he's in, and the farther he gets away from sort of that sort of dream state, or even that sort of that edge of reality, the farther he gets away from that, the more he starts to work on like more and more technical or like grounded things. So then he'll go from that to then I think he writes or he does something for a college or a university, where then all of a sudden now he's, noon comes around and he's kind of very much past that sort of dream state, and now he's working on, a, I think biology is what his focus is in, but like some biology study or something that he's working on, and then by the end of the day he's like editing papers or something like that, something that is very much not creative. And I think that sort of progression is something that I definitely resonate with a lot, feeling like most creative in the morning and most you're close to this sort of dream awake reality state that kind of helps trigger um some of those creative some of that creative energy and stuff. Um, but to jump back forward, these different camps and factions for creating conflict, I think, is a really good way to sort of, especially because we're kind of thinking about, or at least we were talking earlier about introductions. This is something that I like to really think about during an outlining phase, or even as I approach a scene or start to think about different characters that might be coming up or might be present sort of later on down the line in a story. And this is sort of putting those characters into these different camps. And by camps, I sort of mean camps or factions, but by camps or factions, I kind of mean that as being you you usually have a theme or something that you're exploring, or even something that like maybe your main character cares really really strongly about. It could be like a sense of justice, or I use a lot of times the analogy or the theme of like, true love or whatever. um but you think of like the stance that your main character has on that, and usually it's better to have like a really strong stance. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Let's minimize. I brought this guy over. We're gonna use paint to help with this. I gotta turn off that blur. Hold on 1 second. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. So usually you've got these like different camps of beliefs, or it can even be let's the easiest, because I've used before, we'll just say love. Okay. This is going to be everybody's different beliefs about, let's say, like true love. Love exists, true love exists, that kind of thing. Okay. All of these sort of have these different beliefs, and on their own, they can be interesting, right? Maybe these guys believe in like their yes, it does exist. maybe these guys over here are like, no way does this exist, right? They don't believe in it at all. Big N for no. Maybe these people are like kind of agnostic about it, and they could be swayed one way or the other. But we have these different camps. We'll just do with 3 for right now. And on the surface, right, you can have a character that, you know, believes in it. And this could be love. This could be justice. Just, like, what is just? Man, I cannot draw with this guy. Just join what's going on. We're talking about the different camps and the different factions in topics. So conflict right here, this guy, our little agenda guy. We're talking sort of about using factions amongst our characters to then create conflict. Okay. And so whatever that belief is, and a lot of times I think of this as being almost being a really good testing ground for themes, right? If our theme is true love exists, or if our theme is, you know, there is justice, usually we want that theme to be reflected in a lot of our characters, not just like our plot or not just our main character, but the other characters as well. Because when that theme gets reflected in all of these other characters, and we put them and we ascribe them their belief in these things, this then is a really good opportunity for you to have these different factions compete and sort of fight with each other on a thematic level, right? And then that kind of, what that does is that will then tie it all back to your story. And I think that is something that can be really tricky, because you're kind of like, you know, how do I tie these things back to, how do I tie everything and make it all thematic? And we hear that term used a lot. And this is just one of those ways we can kind of do it. Because if we even go kind of a step deeper, so let's say, you know, let's say that, you know, our main character does believe in true love, right? We can then think, how do we want them to change, right? Do we want them to end up at the story and say, oh, actually, I don't believe it anymore, right? Because then what does that make? That makes our negative arc, or some kind of negative arc, right? Or what we can do is we can have them start out with this belief. They, you know, let's say, like, you know, their spouse or girlfriend or boyfriend breaks up with them, so now they don't believe it anymore, right? They've kind of switched camps, and maybe the other characters sort of reinforce that, right? Maybe they kind of, they're really close friends, or something, that we're also dating somebody. They're sort of like being left behind now, and now they're going to this other camp. But by the end of the story, we come back, you know, and then they find, like every good rom-com, they find their true love or whatever, right? So we can not only just kind of have this be conflict that's internal, right, which then we kind of create these character arcs, but we can also have it be, let's say that it's not love, but it's more of like, it's justice, right? Our character doesn't believe in justice. They're kind of like this anti-hero type, or they're trying to seek justice, and maybe now they're with a whole bunch of other characters that are trying to achieve the same thing, that is justice. So we have like character A, we have character B, we have character C. They all are in this camp of like, we want justice to be served. And these other characters are maybe the ones that are, they don't necessarily think that they're deserving of whatever justice, or they're even now trying to get justice from these other characters. I think that there's, and then there's, you know, the agnostic people over here, and they can, these ones can kind of be interesting because they can almost be, and this is where you can have kind of foils kind of pop up. So you can have a character have a very, very strong position, and they can even then clash with kind of one of these agnostic characters that forces them to sort of either rethink their worldview, or what it can do is they can often challenge it. I think that the challenging part, having a character have their belief get challenged, or that position get challenged, makes it so that we get to see sort of even like nonviolent conflict happening kind of on the page. We have this belief getting challenged, and now what direction do they go back to? Do they go to the camp of, maybe we don't need to get justice, or we need to go, instead of on justice, we go the route of like peace, or we go the route of something else? Or do we double down and harden our belief, and we go in this direction, and we go back to, no, this is something that we want, this is something that we deserve? And now we kind of get that the character arc progression, where we kind of go down, but then we harden, and then we keep going. I think that this is just a really fun way to sort of not just put your different characters in different camps, and then think, how would this character talk to this character? Or what would this character ever, how would these characters ever get along? And you can kind of start to map out, even like on your plot, we're going this way with our plot. You can even map out, okay, they're going to meet at this point here, and they're going to like hate each other, right? But by this point, they're going to get along, or they're going to like find common ground. And so you can have these like mini character arcs happening while that main plot is sort of going on. Okay, let's get caught up a little bit on the chat. Sorry, I was ignoring you guys. Characters with similar goals. Yeah, so that can be a part too. You can have characters with similar goals in these different camps. Usually, what I try to keep these camps as broad, because you might have, let's say again, we're talking about justice, right? Characters want justice, or let's say these characters want justice. The goal might be justice, but the means of getting there might be different. So there could even be further sort of factioning that happens within these factions. And this will also kind of force you, because if you've got multiple themes, or if you've got two themes, let's say it's you've got justice and getting retribution or something, right? Retribution RE. Let's say you've got like these two as like your two big things. Like, can you be, what is justice, and being kind of like forgiven, or getting like retribution? No, that's too similar. What is it when you get even? You get, am I saying the right thing? Whatever this is, you're looking for a redemption. That's what I'm looking for. Redemption. Okay, so we have justice and redemption, and maybe you've got, this is like your main theme, and then you've got this as a sub theme, and within this camp of, we want justice, but maybe there's a character in there that is also looking for redemption, or a character that has already found redemption or something. And those characters can even fight amongst themselves and stuff. So you can start to break this down even further, and kind of go as granular as you want. But I think it's really helpful and useful to sort of use this as like a broad way to view conflict, but like thematic conflict. Keep daydream see. Here's some goals. Like sectioning off their beliefs into different sides, so they collide. Yeah, exactly. So they can be sectioned off so they can collide, or they can be sectioned off so they can challenge each other. And people can kind of like, what does it take to have someone go from this camp to this camp, or change their belief from this to that? Find stories more interesting when partners have the same goal for different reasons. Yeah. So exactly. Yeah. It allows for internal group conflict. Yeah. That's exactly kind of what this then, because you can have, we want the same, let me take all this away. We want the same sort of goal, but the means of getting to that goal are going to be different, right? The means of actually getting and achieving this goal, right? This goal is what everybody wants, but how we get there is different. And sometimes that is where the conflict comes from, right? Sometimes it comes from the means of which this group and this group, they don't agree. But this group might agree with this group, and this group might agree with this group, but these two groups might not agree. And so there's all this, like, really, you can make things very, in a good way, complicated. It adds, yep, external conflict, yeah, because you're essentially then, if you then add in this sort of like, you've got now an external threat coming in and threatening all of them, you can then have it make, and I think actually Game of Thrones kind of did this, or Song of Ice and Fire kind of did this with, like, you had the White Walkers, right? That was this like large external threat that was coming over the top of all of these other kind of squabbling groups and kingdoms and families, right? They were all fighting here for like this one goal, or sometimes there maybe like, you know, maybe there's like another goal that's similar to this, but they all are fighting for this. But in the distance, and kind of what's looming over the top, can be sometimes a very large and different external goal, or external threat. Yeah, or revenge. Marvel did this really well. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Marvel and all of that, but I do know that they that is that's an aspect that a lot of people really enjoyed about it. All right, let's see. And there is a little bit of a delay, I think, between me real time and then the chat. So if I miss your comment, I'm sorry, but I think there's just, for whatever reason, it's like a 30-second or 20-second delay. But yeah, so let's see. There's a lot we can kind of do with these sort of factions. And we can divide them also into, like, you know, a character's wants, needs, and even like their desires, right? And we can have characters have kind of the same, actually we can have characters with similar, like, you know, this is their want and it's going to lead to their need, or the need's kind of in the middle, and then, or no, their want, this is what they need, and this is kind of their desire. And these can kind of like overlap with another character's. That's their want, this is their need, and like this is their desire, right? And you can even have them start to like overlap with other characters too. And as maybe they're changing from their want to their need, you know, as they're changing from their want to their need to then their desire, there might be conflict here, right? There might be some there might be some conflict between these two during this transition state. And then as our character's growing, right, as they're kind of progressing, or not that way, as they're kind of progressing, they might then meet another character or something. So there can be like positive aspects as well to sort of this progression of our characters. We should do a 4-hour video on differences between towards and toward. Yeah, that would be, I don't know if that's my thing to fight over. I'm sure I'll make that mistake. I'm sure I did, and that's why that comment's there. But let's see. Yeah, and there's a lot of different interesting ways we can sort of create this conflict with just looking at like beliefs, right? Beliefs, or even just looking at the values of a character. And then, of course, like the goals, right? These are all things that we can then create a bunch of like little factions to then have our characters fall into and then kind of fight over. Um, and it again, you can go as granular as you want, and I find that this is most helpful when you're kind of brainstorming and trying to just figure out like who is this character, what do they care about, what do they actually believe in, and then you're like, okay, I have a good idea for that character, but now how does this character, right, maybe they tick this box, and this box, how do they line up with a character that ticks the same box but their values are different and their goals are different? How do those characters interact? What do they talk about, you know? um yeah, yeah, you can ask questions, yeah, no problem. um we might go into our next writing sort of section soon, but if you want to throw some questions in and stuff, that's totally fine. But yeah, I think that this is something that we might do. It's a little bit broad to do like a full sort of video on, but I think that if there's ever a good example that comes up, might be worth exploring just to kind of show it kind of happening on the screen. But again, for me, and usually what I suggest is just that this is something that we can use on during that outlining phase, where it doesn't really feel like outlining, but it very much is. It very much is a portion of outlining, right? We're definitely outlining in this regard. Well, why don't we do this? We will go back into the next writing portion. If you've got questions or stuff that you guys want to talk about, feel free to throw them into the chat. And then we can kind of talk about it in a few minutes. All right, I'll throw throw my blur back up, and then let's do another 20 minutes, and we'll all check back in a little bit. Okay. I saw some people were putting some questions up, so let me switch over to that really quick. Let's see. So that first question looked to be about dialogue. Dialogue is, it can be tricky because there's not like it's not like dialogue is going to be a the one strategy can be used for everybody. We're going to use our little drawing tool again. Give me 1 second. I wish that bottom part didn't pop up. Okay. So sometimes there's like a character wants to, I think a good example is like we want to go to eat, right? We want to go out to eat. So dinner, right? But like sometimes you'll ask, do you want to get dinner, right? Let's say like we got character 1 is right here, character 2 is right here. They're trying to figure out where they want to go to eat. I don't usually, right? A natural thing wouldn't be to be like, do you want to go get dinner? And then them say, yes, I would like to get dinner, right? A lot of times they'll ask, are you hungry? So, stop. Well, lost that. All right, we'll do this. A lot of times they'll ask this, right? They won't necessarily ask, do you want to get dinner? I mean, sometimes they will. Or if they're hungry, maybe they'll ask, do you want to get dinner? As opposed to asking, are you hungry? Right? And the thing that I found makes dialogue sometimes feel wooden. Or actually, no, we'll put this in here first. So if people come in, what we're talking about. Talking about let's see. Yeah, let's do this for right now. And then subtext. What we're talking about is subtext, right? Usually when dialogue feels kind of wooden or stiff, we find that they are talking very literally about whatever it is that they want, whatever it is that they want, or whatever it is that they are trying to discuss. So again, in similarly, an answer for this, if you ask, "Are you hungry?" right? The answer, to have it not feel necessarily stiff or wooden, if you want to use that kind of that subtext element, might be that they go, do this again. I could get dinner. Or could be like, let's say pizza sounds good, right? Sometimes they might say something that doesn't necessarily answer directly, are you hungry? do you want this? Do you want that? But they could say, I could get dinner, or are you hungry? Pizza sounds good. Or I could go for some pizza or something, right? Or I can go for a burger or something, right? It's the subtext, right? They're talking about where they want to go eat, but they're not actually saying where, or they're not actually saying that, right? Or if they're asking, do you want to get dinner because they're hungry, they're not going to say, I'm really hungry, I want to get dinner. And them say, oh, I'm really hungry too, right? They might say, do you want to get dinner? And then their response might be, whoops, let's do this. Their response might be like, I already ate. You know? And now this, them saying, do you want to get dinner? And them saying, I already ate. They're not, this clearly means that they're not hungry, right? But if they're asking if they want to get dinner, they're clearly hungry, right? But they're not saying it. And I think that's a really important part about dialogue, is that if you listen to a conversation, or if you're in a conversation, we're not always saying the actual thing that we want. A lot of times we're talking around things, or we're talking past each other. I think that's where dialogue can sometimes feel stiff. And I've noticed it too. Sometimes when you're doing like a first draft, everybody feels like, I want this, I'm looking for that, I'm trying to figure out these things. But then you go back through and you do revisions and you try to, we talk vaguely, right? All the time. People will not actually say how they feel. Or they won't actually say the thing that they really want. They'll talk around it. They'll feel out, does this person want that? Oh, no, they don't. So I guess I'm just never going to bring up the fact that I'm hungry, right? Because I don't want to inconvenience them. Or maybe they're the kind of person that they lash back and they're like, oh, you already ate? Who'd you eat with, right? And now, they can get jealous, right? They can get jealous because they want to go with dinner to them. They said they already ate, and now they're like, wait a minute, you went and ate without me, right? So there's a lot of things we can do to like create. We're just talking about going and getting something to eat, or the fact that our character is hungry or wants something, but we're not actually saying that thing, right? Small talk. Small talk can also be this sort of subtext, right? And you don't always have to think about every you don't always have to think about every beat of a scene, right? You don't have to always think, they're talking about this thing, and here's like big thing one, big thing number one, and then here's like big thing number two, right? And you're like, what do I put here? What do I put in this space? And you don't always have to put anything there, right? Small talk can be something that this can just be summarized, right? We can kind of like just move past this, right? We can just kind of like go right to there. We don't have to actually spell out what they're talking about, right? You can even just say like, you can either summarize, or you can even just have a scene break. You can have a, conversation one, we get the reaction, right? We have like action. This is like our action. This is our action. And then this will be our reaction. So we have action happening, right? This conversation is happening. And then what does a character feel about it, right? What do they feel afterwards, right? how do they feel afterwards, and then we go from that into our next conversation. And in that conversation, you can have the same thing, right? You've got this being the action, and then you kind of had a reaction or how somebody feels about it, or even, you know, or you can just have a scene break. You don't always have to have sort of the almost like filler small talk. Let's see. Yeah, having characters ask questions as well is better than them just stating something that they want. Yeah, because I think that also can create, especially if they're asking a question not necessarily around the thing that they're like they really want, right? It can be something vague, like if I've been inside all day and I want to go outside, I might tell somebody, instead of saying I want to go outside, right? I might tell somebody I've been cooped up all day, or I've been inside all day. And that person might say like, "Oh, I love being inside. I was outside." Or like, "I love being inside," or something. And now there's like a bit of like conflict there between me feeling cooped up and wanting to get out, and that person being like, "Nah, I don't want that." Right? We said those things. We said I want to go outside, and the other person said I don't want to go outside without actually saying that thing. And that can give you a lot of room to be not just create conflict, but also to have it feel natural. Let's see. How does this emotionally relate to your characters or through them? Do you have a sense of their fragility? Is it expression advanced? You can sometimes you can kind of feel that out, feel the scene. Sometimes it will depend on what the scene demands, or sometimes too you'll have a really good idea, a really good picture of like, oh, this character doesn't take criticism well, or oh, this character is really prideful. So any kind of attack to either their pride or their ego, that can be something that becomes a thing that creates conflict or tension between two other characters. You can have a sense of that, even their fragility or even their stubbornness or whatever it is, right? You can have that pre-planned, or you can have that kind of thought out beforehand, or it can kind of come as you kind of explore some of these characters. But no, that's a good question. Appreciate what you're doing here. Yeah, of course. Let's see. I'll scroll back up. There's another question. So, I think it's best to nail down person. Yeah, that's true too. Nail down their personality. Find examples in media that they have personality, so you can replicate the voice. Yeah, that's true too. Struggling to find depth in my protagonist antagonist to fight over. It's an item that fulfills the protagonist's wants, but ends up leading to their despair. The antagonist wants it because it rightfully belongs to his leader, and he believes it will drive the protagonist to a negative arc. The protagonist wishes to free the antagonist from the group so he doesn't use them any longer. And the same goes with the antagonist. It's trying to relieve her of the artifact she stole. Eventually takes away from the tips on keeping this in a novel. They're two separate things they're fighting over. Fundamentally, it's the same principle. Retrieve the opponent to further any more abuse to both ends. No, that's not yapping too much. What I would say though is that, so usually, if you think about trying to boil that down to like a sentence or two, and then thinking about how well does this come out kind of on the page, but because you kind of have this down, so they're fighting over an item that fulfills protagonist's want, but it ends up leading to her despair. So we're gonna have kind of like a what it sounds like. This is a like a corruption arc or something, right? They're like, oops, we'll bring this out a little more. So they want this thing, right? But this thing is going to lead them to their downfall. So this alone is kind of like, can be your character arc, right? They're starting in a certain place, they want this thing, and then they kind of have this corruption. So even just kind of like looking at this shape, having this come through in your story should sort of this can kind of reflect the path of your character, right? It'll depend, because a physical item or a physical want is one thing, but like the better question is, I think you said why they want it, right? It rightfully belongs to his leader, but like, why is that important to them, right? Why is this thing? Why is it important that this thing rightfully belongs to their leader? And why do they care, right? Why do they care about what belongs to their leader? Is there like a sense of loyalty, right? Loyalty. Is it a sense of duty, right? Is there a sense of duty that they feel to their leader? Is there a sense of honor or pride that they get from fulfilling this, right? What are these principles that's making them want to return it, right? Justice, maybe, something like that. But leads to their downfall. How, right? What is the thing, right? And I'm sure there's nuances, but like if this is a sense of loyalty or duty, what is the cost of returning this, right? Do they basically are they essentially sacrificing something, right? Are they sacrificing time with their family, right? Are they destroying a principle that they have, right? Maybe they feel a sense of duty and honor, but they're sacrificing a sense of justice, right? Maybe they're breaking the law, or they're breaking some national law or rule or something, right? Or maybe there's like they have a sense of justice, and they go back on whatever their honor is. So the way this can kind of manifest, if this is sort of your question, through your novel or through a story, is thinking about the shape and why they care, figuring out this part and why it matters, and then also, is that reason compelling to the reader, right? And it's not, that won't necessarily be about, do I feel like they have a duty, or do I feel like they have a loyalty to get this thing, right? I may not think that, but I can care if I care about this character and what they care about, right? So there's kind of like this like synergy between us caring about what they want because they care about what they want, right? But we have to understand these things. So what matters first is figuring out this part, right? Why does the character care about this thing? And then why is the character having their downfall? What is that? What are they sacrificing? And if we already care about this thing, then we're probably going to care about this when this happens, right? We're probably going to care about these two things in conjunction. Let's see. So both are going down a corruption arc. They're fighting over each other, but the protagonist ends up letting go of the artifact, which leads up to saving the antagonist too. That's the idea. I can answer those questions. Yeah. the protagonist wants it because it brings more confidence to her, which is something that she lacks and causes her to be ignored by people in the world. She has the artifact, she'll be recognized by, I'm assuming you're say by leadership or by people. So yeah, so then there's a little bit of like an ego thing, right? There's an ego that is involved. And I think that just having whatever that element is, or sorry, not having what that element is, having whatever that element might be a core part of them, right? And having that core element and why it matters to them, as long as that's being reflected and enforced and the reader can kind of get behind it. I don't even get behind it, actually. You just have to understand it, right? I might not agree. I may be like, who cares, right? But if it's a core part of them and I can believe that they care, right? I really believe that they care about that, then I can get on board with all of it. Recognized by the people she knows and loves, so she'll be socially accepted instead of being ignored. She lets go of the item, she'll go back to normal life. No one accepts her. Yeah, exactly. So I think actually the key part here is that she'll be recognized by the people she knows and loves. I think the biggest part actually is that social acceptance, right? So I think that's the biggest thing, right? This is actually what it sounds like. I grab stuff with this. This is inferior to Microsoft Paint. I will say that. So it sounds like what it's really all about is this social acceptance, right? So kind of the last thing I'll say is that this is like her core element, right? This is this is the kind of the beating reason, the beating motivator, right? This is what she wants, right? This isn't what she wants. This is your want. But this isn't what she needs, right? This is not what she needs. Looks like a fourth grader. So social acceptance is the thing that she wants, right? But it's not what she needs. Now, the vehicle that she gets social acceptance is returning this artifact, right? But the thing that she really needs for social acceptance, right? Or the thing that she really needs to be happy or fulfilled or whatever isn't this, or isn't done through this way, right? And so you might want to kind of think about or figure out what is something else that is another core element that or what is a vehicle that can get her social acceptance, right? Maybe it's not necessarily from a larger group, but maybe it's the people around her, right? Her close, maybe her inner circle, right? She thinks like the people that matter are all of these people on this outer ring, right? Like, you know, all the people out here. But really, and she thinks, you know, she can get social acceptance from everybody by doing this. But really, she just needs these people to feel fulfilled or something. And that could be totally off. But again, this feels like this is your want, right? Going this route. Whereas the need is going to be something else, which that can then come up later, or it can be realized even after she's sort of hit this corruption arc. Okay. Side characters around her. Yep. Okay. Cool. Let me see. Was there another question? Let's see. This writing chat is good for me. Yeah, it's good for me too. I was actually. Well, I was productive. This is helpful too. Even just talking about writing and stories and whatnot is I think is beneficial. But okay, so this was also kind of about dialogue. My dialogue just sounds like me, too much me. What do I do? Or what do you do to find your voice? Um one thing is, then this is something that you can use to sort of practice, is like go and find, if you go and sort of find a movie or a book or whatever. I think probably a movie or even a TV show is a little bit easier in this regard. Um, but find like a character, right, in one of those shows or in like a movie or something, and then literally lean into that fan fiction and try to write a conversation that sounds like them. Right? And then try and take that same voice and add it to one of your characters, or even try to strip them of whatever made this character kind of this character. Take all that stuff out and take the stuff that is a different character, and this can be somebody in your story, or this can be somebody that is, just for the sake of the exercise. It can be like, just a made up character for some other story, and try and make this voice or this sound for that character, but with a few elements changed, right? Like if we take, I don't know, if we take like a Superman, right? Talks like Superman, right? Talks like Superman, sounds like Superman, might even look like Superman. But then we take out all the stuff that makes Superman, and we go and we put him instead in, let's say we put him in, or we take it all out, and we decide to take the voice, keep the voice, but make him be very on Superman, and you get Homelander, right, from The Boys or something. And so you can kind of like revert, or you can go, reverse engineer, right? You can kind of, play around with it, right? This is something that it might just start and stop right here, where you take a character and you try to just write in their voice just to get that practice. That's something that I think can be really helpful, or can be a good exercise. But it can also help you sometimes come up with an interesting character, right? If I wanted to think of like what is the most anti Superman character while sharing a lot of the same traits and voice and everything, that might then lead to a character something like a Homelander or something from The Boys, right? Are you in a flow state writer or logical deconstruction? It depends. I think that there's oh, hey Emma. It depends. I think that there's you can vary, but I think that there's an element of being in, I think that you'll share both, right? If I've been trying to outline a scene for a really long time, it might feel a little more logical, because maybe I've outlined so much so that it becomes almost like I've already got this puzzle piece. It's already, every piece is already set, but now I'm just kind of snapping them in. But it could also be the fact that I've done so much outlining that now I'm so familiar with a scene or a chapter that now I get there and it just kind of flows, right? I can do either one. I think when I free write, it'll be a lot more flow statey. But if I've done a lot of outlining around something, usually I lean more in kind of the logical deconstruction writing type thing. Hold on, let's scroll back up really quick. Character voice. Okay. And then we had I saw another comment. Any tips on writing sort of empty characters? Empty characters. I'm curious what that means. As in, like, a character doesn't feel ambitious, or empty as in you're starting from nothing? Apollo, I think you had said that. Thoughts on Marvel dialogue or generic dialogue? I find it difficult to avoid when writing certain personalities, considering how easy it is to make low effort / relatable characters. Yeah, that can be something that's hard. Sometimes, I don't know. I guess the term Marvel dialogue doesn't necessarily, I don't know that one as well. Or I'm not like as familiar with that term, but generic dialogue, especially as you're saying, it comes to, or it's you're saying that in regards to someone being low effort or relatable character. I think that kind of falls in the stem of avoiding cliches, probably. I think that's going to be the biggest thing, is avoiding kind of a cliche type character. But I think it's also hard to avoid, right? Because there's really not a lot of, it's hard to write it's hard to spend a lot of energy to write truly like unique and novel characters. You're going to have some characters that will feel generic. But I think that's where beta readers or even your own editing brain will come in handy, is that, you know, what's making them feel generic and what's making them feel relatable, and then does it break your story to like change some of that, right? Does it hurt the rest of your story to make it so that character isn't as relatable or isn't as generic, you know? I think that that's something that you have to kind of ask yourself or figure out. Does this character need to be this certain personality type? And if they don't, then change them, or try to change up the dialogue. Or you can cut them, right? If they feel like they're too generic or something, or the dialogue is flat for whatever the reason is for the scene, then maybe that scene needs to be changed or cut or something. Sorry, there's an ambulance going on now. Hey, good morning. Sorry, we are going over some questions right now, so I'm just getting caught up. Yeah, you can. I think my email's in. You can send me an email if you want to send me your work. I can try to take a look. I can't guarantee how quickly I can get back, but I'll try to. I think my email usually can either send it to. I think it's in some of my videos. So if you can't find it, then you can just message me. Okay. Fishy asked, I ask because my protagonist is very cynical. She can be sarcastic sometimes. It's difficult to balance that attitude without the character coming across as quirky or, oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean now. Yeah. Gosh, it's such a hard, I think that writing those quirky, almost like XD type characters sometimes can be hard, and can be harder to write than other characters, because if it's also your protagonist, um, no, actually, you said that they're very cynical and they can be sarcastic. I think that cynicism and sarcasm can actually be something that isn't, if you make it unique to their personality, and this is where, because humor is hard to write, or at least I think it's very difficult to write. But the idea is that cynicism has to be unique to that character, right? Like, we might have an idea of what, like, snark, right, or wit, or cynicism, being cynical, or even like being sarcastic, right? I think we can all imagine what that looks like. But like getting like this over and over and over and over again can sometimes be like exhausting. However, little drips of that, especially in a situation where it's warranted. If you think of like almost like they're breaking the fourth wall, especially if this is like a third person limited, or maybe even like a first person POV, where it's something that we can kind of like, let's say the situation is like really cringy or something, and like your character can like say something that the reader is thinking in that moment. That can be very impactful. That can be very good. Like, that's like a good thing. But I think of one, there's a book I did not like where the character was very kind of witty and or not even witty. They were very cynical and sarcastic. It was it was by Andy Weir. What's the one where they go on the moon? They land on the moon. Or it's about like the moon base or something. Did Apollo? Hang on, let's see. I spelled Andy Weir. Nope. Is it Andy Weir? Who wrote Martian? Book. Andy Weir. Yeah. Okay. So Andy Weir, I just spelled the name terribly wrong. They wrote another book that I was not a very big fan of. Oops. Look at this. I am all over the place. There we go. Artemis. That was it. Artemis. Didn't like this book. Not my favorite. But I think other people did like it. I think it got pretty good reviews. But that character in there was one that there was a lot of, I think kind of in the same camp of what you're talking about, where they're very cynical, and to me there's a balance you have to kind of find in that. She has a self-deprecating attitude because of her broken past. I have these quirks to make her not as stiff. Oh, okay. So I would get the cringe vibe. That bothered me. So I think sometimes you have to kind of go by your own gut. And another thing is see what beta readers say, right? How do other people feel about it? And that can be hard too, Greg, because beta readers, it's friends and family, of course, will probably want to read your stuff and they'll want to give you like good feedback. But trying to find someone that will, if they notice some of that quirkiness, or at least if they are cringing at some of the things that you're also cringing at, then you might be feeling the right feel. But also too is, as long as like, I always think it's whenever it's warranted, or if I'm feeling it and then they say it, then I think that usually it's well placed. Or if it adds some levity, right? Because you kind of said too that there's this broken past, and not make her as stiff. I think that it should just reflect a little bit in her. My sister loves the characterization, but she has a lower standard. Okay, well, so I mean, yeah, that's the hard thing about getting feedback and stuff. But I think that the self deprecation is, if you're trying to do that and you're doing that through these sort of quirks, or you're doing that through the sarcasm, well placed and well timed and under the right circumstances, I think it can have a really good effect. But again, if you're kind of getting a, I guess, like, if you're getting like a bad feeling about it, leave it in there and see if you still feel the same way when you come back for revisions or something. Let's see. You get caught up? I might have gotten caught up. Yeah, we were talking about Jabs stuff. But I wouldn't, because I just read your comment again. I wouldn't say that that's like necessarily generic or Marvel dialogue. I think that it depends too what they're saying. It depends to sort of the things that she's being like sarcastic about and how she's probably saying them that might feel generic, because if it's unique to her character, then it probably won't feel, generic, or be as generic as you might be thinking. Let's see. Yeah, I said hi to Emma. Let's see. Yeah, my email. Yeah, I always say anybody can send me any of their stuff. I'll try to get back. I think it's in. I leave it in one of my videos, or I think it should be in some of my videos in the description. It might even be in this one's, but I don't know if it is. But yeah, send me an email. It is. Let's see really quick. One second. It should be, yeah, Cameron at wrestling-with-words. The best email if you're gonna send me anything. Finding your pacing. You a fan of the slow boil? Yeah, I mean, my favorite probably TV show or movie or anything is a super slow boil. As far as like books and stuff go too, yeah, I think that in the right I'll first answer the slow boil question. There's yeah, there I think under the right expectations, right? I'm a big fan of the slow boil. But under the wrong expectations, and if there's enough going on in between, I think the slow boil works. There's enough, like, character drama and that kind of stuff. And I think that those can all be very good. But if I pick up like a spy thriller or an espionage thriller, or I pick up a horror book and it's a slow boil, depending on the horror, right? But usually when you have certain expectations for those kinds of things, you can kind of get it can kind of feel very unfulfilling. I don't think I've seen that. Illusionist. I don't know if I've seen that. But yeah, I think that but the thing with the slow boil is that you've got to have there's got to be some kind of payoff, and it has to like be warranted, There has to be some kind of good or fulfilling payoff to that. Vin Vince Vinceven Vinceven. Sorry, I'm gonna butcher anybody's name that says anything. Saw video Fate Worse Than Death video, really liked it. Video's already made me rethink some of the stuff for my current draft. Good, yeah. No, I think that kind of saying is one that is one of those that truly did kind of change my perspective on like on characters and character motivation. um yeah, that was a lot of fun to make. I also have been like trying to think of how to put The Duelist into a video or talk about The Duelist, because I just think that that film was it's old, but I don't know. It has like a warm spot in my heart. Plus, two, Sound of Metal was one that was also really really moving. Um, and I think, and also the Fate Worse Than Death, and as good as it is in a lot of um, horror and stuff like that, I think that it can be used in other departments as well. And I think a lot of the times, like you read any horror novel, usually that character is going through some kind of fate worse than death. But I think that it's more of a situation you put a character in to then make them or motivate them to kind of move forward with whatever the plot is or whatever goal they have. Um, on a personal note, why the hell did you elect to sign up for the whole writing mentor shtick? You must have the patience of a saint. No, I my background, I mean, I wrestled in college, and then um, I've always loved coaching and stuff, and so I really like it, and I like kind of working with stories and talking about stories and understanding them. I didn't traditionally study in school or anything, writing or creative writing or anything. It was always just something that I was really really interested in. Um, it was always something that I'd always I wish I would have probably studied a little bit more, but I think that there's a lot of really helpful and useful information in on the internet or in books and stuff like that you can learn a lot about writing. It's definitely not a requirement to write or publish a book or anything. To having gone to school for that kind of stuff. Um, yeah, here I'll just put it in the chat. The at is not actually at, it's the at sign, but 1 second. But yeah, I've always liked and been interested in writing, and then I've always liked coaching and kind of teaching, but I never have done it professionally until I kind of did the whole wrestling with words stuff. So yeah, it does sometimes take patience, but it also is like, as long as you enjoy it, and as long as if you're working with people that are receptive to it, it doesn't feel as grating as anybody as you might think or anything. Let's see. You've pegged it all. An all-time favorite. The Illusionist is the best fucking show. Slow boil. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll try to look it up. High school dropout got chased. Yeah, I think that, yeah, like I said, I like there's, and I think that's what's interesting about writing and all that kind of stuff, is that you really the more either the more exposure you have to stories and the more interest you have in consuming stories versus or not versus, but or the more experience you have in general is what really, I think, leads to good writing. And of course, like always, writing was what actually leads to good writing and reading. But for the most part, there's not like pre-qualification. I mean, there's rules that you should know and there's rules you should understand, but I don't think those are hidden or withheld behind or like super esoteric where nobody knows the true origin or nature or anything like that. It's pretty you can learn a lot just by going to a library or using the internet and stuff like that. Um, okay, let's see. I think I'm caught up with more questions. Um, what we can do though is we can do another little writing session. And then if we want to do some more questions and stuff, we can do that. Otherwise, might take that to maybe 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll see. But yeah, we'll take some more questions, and then we'll see where we want to go from there. Okay. So let's do another writing session. And then we'll see if we can answer some more questions. Throw my blur up. All right. Talk to you guys in a little bit. Okay. I think that will be our last writing session for now. Man, I kind of hit a little bit of a spot I'll have to skip over. Definitely didn't get as much done in those 20 minutes, but I think I'm definitely a little bit more prepared for the rest of the story that I'm working on. But let me look over really quick and see what if there's any questions that we can kind of talk about. A couple people sent me some emails. I'll see if I can get back to them. Let's see. Find it pretty hard to organize my ideas into an actual plot. Wow, 842 words. That's pretty good. Total or just in that 20 minutes? But organizing ideas into an actual plot. Yeah, that can be. I think a lot of people get kind of hung up with that, or there's almost like the intimidation of being faced with kind of that blank page, but not even that the page itself is all that intimidating. It's more of like, I've got this idea and this idea and this idea, and they're all like really good as just an idea, but how does that actually fit into something that can take me, anywhere from like a 70,000 word novel to, a 110 or something, right? I think, at least for me, and I think I saw a couple people saying it as well, but the idea of plotting it out, right? And that's basically the right, yeah, writing those down and then making sure you're kind of keeping track of those ideas. I think that's good. That's good, and like it's like a best practice. But I think too is, especially if you have like all these different ideas and you're not really sure if it's just a good idea or if it'll make a good story. One thing you can try to do is think about a little bit before what might lead up to that idea, right? And this, of course, will depend on whatever that like idea is, right? And or even think about like what might happen after that idea. And I think this often applies a lot for just like concepts, right? Kind of like, if you're writing science fiction, if I think of like a cool technology, right? If I think of like a cool technology, what are like the implications of that? It might just be like, it might just be a cool idea. Like I might not be able to fit that into a story. But one thing you can try to do to kind of test out those ideas is write that idea as a short story or write it just as one scene. That's what I did with one of my short stories, Static Love, which I think people can check out if they want. I usually leave it in my video links and everything, but that was like I had a concept, or I had like actually I think I even had just one line of dialogue that I kind of wanted to play around with. And as a concept, I thought it would be an interesting story, but I knew that the impact it might have to try to be like a 70,000 word novel or to like 100,000 word novel, I knew that there just wasn't enough there. And to have like the impactful part of that story hit, I don't think I could have that like hit over and over and over again through like these many words, right? I think it would have been really redundant. So I ended up just kind of writing a short story of it. And I think that like that's where you can kind of test things out, right? This concept or this idea or this line or this character, is it a good short story? Or maybe you write it and there's like a little bit more to do there, and you're able to maybe get it to be like a novella or something, right? Maybe we get something like, maybe we write that scene or that character, we start to write it out, and we're like, okay, I can go a little bit further with this. But once we start doing that, we need to keep in mind, like, what does like the end look like? Like, what does this part look like? Because I think that sometimes when we do that, where we write a little bit at the beginning, we get this figured out, and we're like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. I can keep doing this. And you go to here, and you kind of keep going, right? Now you've kind of filled in this, and then you get to that middle part where a lot of people refer to this kind of as like the soggy middle, right? Where this, if you haven't really figured out where you're going, this might all be really tight, right? This part down here, the first like 25%, but like 25 to 75% of that book or that story, if you don't really know what the last 10% is, or the beats that you want to hit to the last 10%, you can kind of just like aimlessly wander endlessly, and like years can go by, or hundreds of thousands of words can go by, and we just kind of like, we never get to here. But we now have added, like, this was a nice like 25%, like this was like a tight, good portion of the story, where now this is like, we're looking at like 200,000 words or something, right? And we're like, wait, there's no even end in sight yet. So it's good to kind of test out that idea, and once you kind of have done that, and you're like, oh, this works, like I think that this idea can be a little bit more, I always recommend trying to plot out, like, what does that middle climax look like what's going to either be a really low point for a character, or what's going to be a point in the story where our character is going to either overcome something, or there's going to be like the plot thickens, or what happens in the middle that's going to like raise the stakes or make our character hit like an even lower low. And then what is the end part, right? Like, where are we then going to go after that? Where are we going here? And so those are kind of like, if we go from like, we write the short story, we write like the small scene, and it works, and that's it, great. If we write that scene and we're like, oh, there might be more here, figure these out, or try to plot this out. What does the arc look like? What do these look like? We don't want to do this windy path. And then, or what you could do is, you have the idea and you skip the writing part and you just start plotting, right? You can start with, your 3 acts. You're like, okay, where's it going to begin? Where's that middle? And where's that end? Then you can break it up even more, and you're like, okay, what's my first pinch point? What's my first plot point? What's my middle? What's my second plot point? And then, you can keep kind of breaking it up and keep outlining it even more. And then if you're like, okay, there's like the grounds for a full story here, then you just start writing it, right? But I think the biggest thing is to just start looking at, how does this look like a story? How does this become a story? How does this start to take on the shape of an actual story? How does this idea look or feel, or what's the shape of it kind of as a story? That's a good question. Find it pretty hard to organize my ideas into an actual plot. Yeah, so I think outlining will be a thing that will help with that. Let's see. Personally, for me, yeah, writing it down sometimes is easier. Yeah, sometimes writing by hand is something that can be very. Sometimes writing by hand, like the act of like writing, talking about it, each of these things are just ways to kind of just keep programming our brain to like better understand, or have a better grasp of whatever it is that we're trying to figure out. I prefer digital because it's easier to erase and edit. Yeah, honestly, I'll use Excel a lot of times to outline or to keep track of ideas and stuff. Just because, I don't know, I think that like you can shape it in a way that feels like there's progression or there's an outline. 842. Oh yeah. Oh, that was about the word. Yeah. Wow. That's pretty good. That's really good. I had a plan this time, so it's pretty fast. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's. I mean, that's the key, right? Having a plan, outlining, or at least thinking about it beforehand. I think that usually helps a lot um with approaching like a writing session and executing on it. I'm not in a position to give advice, to be honest. So take whatever. No, I think that well, you can also speak to like what works for you. I think that's a big part. Like sometimes people think that you have to be super qualified for any sort of advice, but if you're at least qualifying as like this works for me, um, I think that that's usually pretty appropriate as long as you qualify in that kind of way. Yeah, I hope that helps. Sometimes I write a key scene first, then try to figure out. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is actually something that I usually will happen to me. Is I'll have an idea for like a key scene, which might be like this part, right? Might be like almost at the end, or that key scene might be somewhere in the middle. I really like writing intros. I really like writing first, like first pages. This is sometimes like my favorite to do, right? So sometimes I'll actually have that, and then I write very linearly, so I kind of have to write in order. But I can always come back and kind of edit stuff. But yeah, I think if you have an idea for like a scene, or if you have a idea for a key moment or a conversation, yeah, I that usually is really helpful to kind of have, and then you can kind of plan around it, right? You can. The nice part about that is that it gives you a lot of room to then foreshadow, right? You have so much time. Like if this was the first thing you ever wrote, is like, okay, this is like a really good scene. This is like a really good idea that I had. You then have all of this time to come up with stuff that will foreshadow or lead into that. So yeah, that's another really good point too. Stumbled onto your account, change perspective and writing depth, fate worse than death. Oh, yeah. I talked a little bit about that before that video. Yeah, fate worse than death is just. I think it's just a good. It's a good framing to have for a character to get them to be motivated to do something, and to put them in a position where, put them in like a terrible. Because I think that stories are interesting because we're seeing a thing, a character that we care about, overcome something. And I think that the fate worse than death is like the most like streamlined way to sort of think about it and use that as a like a storytelling element, or sorry, storytelling tool. Yeah, that seems about right, but make it fit. The audience would know a lot more about the situation if it were to happen halfway through the book. For example, you might have to rewrite a bit. Then no, yeah, you would. Yeah, I think that is that is that's part of the game. Revisions. Even if you write a certain part that's at the end, or a certain part that's somewhere past, whatever in the middle, everything that comes before, you might come up with something that will make this even better, right, than before, right? And then you have a much more like climactic ending. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes you come with that initial idea, and then you're like, all right, I got to figure out what happens before, and then you have to change this. Sometimes that happens too. But I don't think that's a bad thing. This isn't a bad thing. How many chapters is too much when it comes to developing your characters? I guess I would ask first. Your characters should always be kind of developing, but like a single chapter dedicated to their development, I don't really know what that looks like, right? Because I think of like you've got this. Oops, we're gonna do this. You've got this being like your plot, and then you've got like this being your character's development, right? These things happen kind of at the same time. Now their development and their change, actually, I don't like that. We'll do this because like they're starting here, and maybe we're going to have a positive arc, so maybe they'll end here, right? And so even though we're traveling along the same line as the plot, we might, do this and this and this. And there might be like all this different stuff, right? This is like conflict. This is character, conflict and overcoming the conflict. This is like, something bad happening to them. This is them responding to it. Like there's all these things that will feed into them growing from this position to this position. But this happens along the lines of those chapters. And usually this like character development that a character might be going through as they're changing, we can kind of shift this left and right, or we can shift these high points and these low points based on what's happening in our plot, right? This might be, or we might want this high point to happen right after that intro, right? Maybe something bad happens right off the bat, right? Something bad happens right here, and then this next chapter is all about them kind of like coming out of that bad place. But then something bad starts to happen again, and they go back down, right? And we kind of get this ebb and flow. And this is where you can also track that pacing, right? Because what carries a reader or somebody to the next part, right? We want them to keep going from this chapter to this chapter. Sometimes we give them resolution, and then we present the beginnings of a problem, and now they want to know what happens when that problem happens. But then we start to give them that resolution again, right? And this is all kind of goes into character development. Is 7 characters all with development too much? And if not, they still all have impact to the main character in a different way. So 7 characters too much. I don't think it's too much. It's just gonna be a balancing act. The more characters you introduce, the more of like these things, right? We have this character here, and let's say maybe they end down here, right? This is maybe a negative arc. You're gonna have to try to find where their own development is, right? And then you're gonna have to do this for seven different people if you want to have like 7 character arcs, right? Sometimes a character's they might not necessarily be given a super clear arc, right? They might be here, and we might not see them for this part or be aware of them, and they're really not that important. But at the end, maybe they like come to terms and they listen to, or maybe they change their position, right? This isn't as dramatic, but they change their position then to be something more aligned to either your main character or another character, right? You can have these like very gradual or even small arcs that are happening through the course of your book. Now if there's like, these are all different POV characters, like we got one POV character, another POV character, and another POV character. You have 7 of them. It can sometimes be hard to balance seven characters with all competing points of view. That might be kind of hard. But you also said I think you said it's a murder mystery, where these could also be really useful to help in the development of the plot, right? As we're getting each point of view character, we might be like unlocking certain parts of the plot we didn't really know before. But seven can be a lot for point of view. That might be hard. Let's see, murder mystery. I'm sort of mixing a detective action thing, whatever you call it. Not exactly murder mystery, but mystery nonetheless. Yeah, I think it'll depend. It'll be a balancing act, because the thing you have to keep in mind, if these are all points of view, or if these are all characters, 1, 2, 3 through 7, right? These are all characters that if you're giving them all a lot of time on the page, they can sometimes be competing with one another, and the audience might have a hard time resonating with the main one, or the one that one is like either your protagonist or is whoever is your hero, or whoever, right? There might be some competition. But if there's like 7 total characters, that's a little bit easier to balance. Let's see. I think we had some other questions. My own opinion, I think all my characters should have. Oh, that was in response. Yeah, I mean, all characters should change in some way, right? Especially if they're given some kind of name or something. There should be some kind of change, right? Even if we're going to give them, let's do this. Even if that character is like, they're starting with this belief, right? Or something, or their arc is here and they have a flat arc, right? Even if they have a flat arc, either this position is reinforced, right? Like a shield thing. Either this that's terrible. Either their position gets reinforced, where they're like they like double down on that belief, or they have tried to change, right? Where it doesn't necessarily look like this. They've tried to change, but then go back to the way that they were before. So yeah, a character might not necessarily change, but they might have an arc like that nonetheless. That was a good point, though. Even if it's small, every character thinks of themselves as the main character. Yeah, everybody that's a pretty common thing to say too, is that like every character thinks of themselves as their own main character and their own story. That happens as well. I also think development of internal conflict counts as something happening for me. Yeah. Yep. None of this has to be external, right? This doesn't have to be external. It's going to all be internal. It's going to all be some belief that they have that is changing and shifting. Now, there might be a manifestation of it on the external, right? There might be, we've used justice, right, a lot, right? We've used justice as an example already today a couple times, but like something happens where they believe in justice, but then they witness an injustice. So now their belief in justice kind of diminishes a little bit, but then it's restored. Maybe something happens here, happens, and then it's restored, right? That sense of justice is restored here. And then they, at the end of the day, are like, yes, justice is important and desirable and good, or something. This is all happening internally, right? But the external manifestation might be that they witness somebody getting justice, and the sense of relief that gives them, right? They're seeing like a physical representation of whatever they're dealing with internally, or it's the actual physical representation of them doing something in the plot. These are you can have both, either of these. You've got an internal and then something external happening. For me, the idea of plot and character development to be two sides of the same coin. I personally don't think there should be chapters with nothing happening. Yeah, also true. I think that's and that's kind of like why we have
you know, the character's progression, or the character's arc happening here, and then we have like the plot progression. Like these things are going to be happening at the same time, and you might have a time where, like, maybe the plot doesn't necessarily progress that much, but the character is developing something that will kickstart another plot point, right? There's These things are like conjoined twins. They can act independently, but they're kind of going to the same places. um
I agree. No. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Zach. I think I just skipped ahead of a bunch of stuff. Hang on, give me 1 second. I'm trying to see if there's any other questions in these. Um, I write my stories if I'm writing scripts. That's a good technique as well. Some of my characters aren't going to have much development as others. I'm planning on giving them all a slight but noticeable change. Yeah, that's good. Is overdeveloping a character a thing? Is overdeveloping a character a thing? I don't think that can be a thing, but I think you can be a bit too heavy-handed with overdevelopment, and I think that's a big problem. You can be Sometimes character development is much better when it's subtle, as opposed to, like, imagine if we're let's say that this character, you see this a lot, they don't believe in love, right? Love, true love, doesn't exist. Okay, this is our plot, right? This is the main progression of the story, so we're going to follow it, right? They're going along, not really any change, right? Not really any change. And then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, you know what? True love does exist. My mind has changed. My entire life is now different. And now I believe in true love because of one little thing. And you know what the message of this story is? You just need to love each other. You just need to find that one person. What's the plot of every, like, Hallmark movie where they, I'm a big city girl, and you go back home and you meet that down to earth guy, and they teach you that work isn't everything, right? That's really heavy handed. A lot of times that's like, it's like, okay, if I can basically taste whatever the theme is that you're having happen from this character development, then it's probably too much. Too much. It's kind of like salt, right? Little bits of salt here and there, or whatever spice, right? You want to have it go from being this bland, bad tasting food to tasting amazing. And sometimes if you just throw in a bunch of salt at the very end, that'll be disgusting. But you add certain things, taste it along the way, and now all of a sudden you've got that dish or whatever. Then we aren't just doing this big spike. So I don't think overdevelopment can be done, but definitely you can have it where it can be too heavy-handed. I think I'm proud of, but not sure it's good enough. You watch through. The story might get too cramped. Wait, a thing I'm proud of, but not sure if it's good or not, is that currently, if you watch through all the characters' points of view, it's still an interesting story. For example, well, is there something? If it, I is there something about there's something about the way that the point of view is currently structured that wouldn't be interesting? Because I think you can add a level of like deeper understanding, right? And if you look at movies like, like look at like Memento, where you've got one plot doing this in this direction, right? Actually, let's do this first. Let's clean this up. I think they described it as this, is that you've got, where's my tool? There we go. You've got one plot going in this direction, right? Then you've got another plot going in this direction. And the point that they're like meeting at, or there's like these different, like this is happening, and then this happens, then you see this happen, and then this happens, and they both meet or something at like, one of these points, something like that. Like whatever it is, the story ends like here. And then you get a big understanding of like, oh my gosh, I understand so much more. Is that kind of what you mean? Because I think point of view can be really interesting where having seen the whole thing play out, you're like, oh, I get now when this was happening, when that was happening. But if you look at like Memento, this is still the way that the story happens and the way that it goes. It still is like you can still see it, understand it. It still is digestible. It's watchable. It still is. You're still like, this is a coherent plot and a coherent story, but with the different points of view of like, present and past points of view. There's a deeper level of understanding, and that can be something that you can play around with. I think point of view is one of those things that's underappreciated, utilizing point of view. But I'll probably end up talking more about that in like an actual longer form type of video or something. Let's see. Normally, I'm very detail-oriented writer, but as I work through my sample pieces, I feel like I'm almost holding myself back, doing too much. No, I think that, so I would say lean into whatever, because here's the thing. If you don't put it there and then someone asks for it, then you're gonna have to add it. But if you already have it there, you already thought about it, and then it's like, hey, this is too much, cut it. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, right? You remove parts of it. So Reaper, I would whatever is the initial gut feeling, or even on revisions and stuff, go with what feels right, and then when you get feedback, it might be too much here, then you just cut it down or condense or something. And there's nothing really wrong with that. Hard to say. In my story, the main character acts as fast as possible, so I don't really have sufficient experience to answer that. Yeah, main character has to be active. Yeah, that's also true. Having a passive main character can often be not necessarily not interesting, but maybe more. Yeah, it becomes a lot less interesting without having an active someone. So I think to get the idea of an active character is someone who's, I think a good way to think about it is someone who's like the person taking action. They're not just like having stuff happen to them and they're just reacting all the time. You can have the reaction parts, but for the most part, it's going to be about them going and doing something.
that's a big that's kind of a that's sometimes be a conceptual hurdle that people can have when they're thinking about making their characters active. They need to be the ones that are initiating stuff. Now, there's actual the prose level, active and passive, and there's that conversation as well. But in terms of the actual character being the one dictating their story or dictating the story and being in control of the story is I think the heart of that point that you're trying to make. Not sure, but it's a passive. Oh, so yeah. Passive character is just the character that's basically having the plot essentially just happen to them, right? Instead of them, I don't know if it's worth it to draw this out, but instead of them just like being there and being along for the ride and like think of like these are like railroad tracks, right? And the person's just on the train going down the railroad, like they're not doing anything, right? You know, there's a bend. Oh, the passive character will just kind of follow whichever one that wants to go to, right? Whereas the active character will say, no, I want to go, we're going to go down this one. And then we're going to get off the railroad and we're going to walk. And then I'm going to get in a car. I'm going to keep going to my destination, right? You don't want to be just like, you know, chugging along on this railroad track where the plot is just kind of happening at you, right? Plot is just coming in here and steering you in whatever direction you're going in. The goal is to be active, is to be the one dictating what's happening. Now, they can do this, right? They can try to get off the train, but, you know, the big bad says, nope, you're staying on the train. So now it becomes, how are they going to get off the train, right? And there's conflict, right? There's some bit of conflict that now is going to happen. Looks like a chicken leg. Example, murder mystery. That's a character, yeah. Yep, actively solving problems. That's part of it. Yeah, I don't want to be a punching bag. Yeah, George R. R. Martin inspired you to do multi POV. Yeah, I think he's a big inspiration for a lot of that multi points of view. Another one that's kind of that I'd be lying if he wasn't a little bit of an inspiration for me as well. But Dan Simmons' Hyperion is another one that I think does point of view really interestingly, or at least multiple points of view. That's a good series as well, or at least I think actually when you get to the last two books in the series, I think it becomes just a primary single point of view. But before that, I believe before that the first two books is very much multi point of view with like interconnected stories and that kind of stuff. It's fun. Becoming a punching bag. I think finding a way to solve their internal conflict is a good stepping stone to finding their agency. That's the direction I'm taking. One of my two main protagonists. Yeah, agency. Yeah, character agency is a huge part of it as well. That kind of goes back to is the plot imposing its will on your character, or is your character dictating where the plot goes, right? This can feel very much like the railroad, right? We're just on this railroad track. Things are just kind of happening, and we're just along for the ride. But this becomes when our character kind of takes action and they want to do something about it. This is when we get to be much more of an active role. Yep, that's also really true. So it sure can be. Fortunately, there's no singular way to accomplish a goal in writing. There are lots of room to for experiment. Yeah, that's a yeah. Good morning. Didn't know you'd still be going. Yeah, we're gonna. I don't know. We'll go for a little bit longer. We'll see. We'll see how much longer we go for. Some of us have been here. Actually, most people that were here for the very early morning stuff might have dropped off, but that's okay. But ultimately, the protagonist should be doing something that makes the antagonist, forced to respond. Yeah. So, sorry, I just read that one. Yeah. So there's no singular right way to accomplish a goal in writing. Yeah. There's definitely like archetypes, and there's plot structures, and there's all these things and tropes and all that kind of stuff that might give the appearance that there's certain paths to having a character go from this thing to their goal. But between these two, there's so much you can do, and there's so much of a playground to kind of explore here, right? This can be, we can go down to here and snake. Yeah, there's so much you can do. It doesn't have to be one way. I have a problem that my plot is just like, how would mess it up this time? Oh, how would X mess it up this time? Which is very annoying to me. Okay, so you've got like a, I think the problem there is, oh, for Granger it's actually nighttime. Yeah. Oh, from Asia. Yeah. Well, wherever you're at in the world, it's a time. But the how would X mess it up this time? So this can sometimes there's a couple of factors of why this might be the case. Because this could be the case of like, you as the writer are like, okay, how can I make this character mess something up to then have something else happen, right? And that might be, it's a terrible arrow. That might be because maybe they're achieving their goals too quickly, right? You're saying, how can this person mess something up so we can go to this other plot thing? And sometimes that is because we're in like super speed mode when it comes to that plot, right? Our plot is like going too fast, and we need a little bit more time to like slow down. But other times it could be, you're trying to throw these roadblocks in to like, see if they can keep all the plates in the air, which that actually isn't that bad of a thing. But it's hard to kind of nail down why that might feel like that's the case, because there's a couple different ways that can go. Hey, that's what you have the other people for. No, find some. Yeah. I've been here. Yeah, true. Apollo's been. Yeah, Apollo was here when the stream didn't even start. Middle of the afternoon. Oh, people on the same continent. That's pretty cool. I'm Really curious, and forgive me if you've done a video on this, but is there any specific goals you have when crafting a first line? It can be the first line or just the first few lines of a chapter, whichever is easier to go over. Do I have a specific goal? Well, I think of it being maybe a few things. The first thing, the first thing that comes to mind, right, is you want to hook your reader, right? We want to create a hook. So we want that first line to be interesting, and interesting enough that they kind of keep reading. But I also think that that first line, or even that first page, we'll broaden it to say like the first paragraph. Maybe let's say the first page, right? Page 1. Obviously the hook, right? There's a certain tone you also probably want to establish, right? Whether we are going to subvert that tone or if we're going to establish that tone, right? Because if they read that first page, or maybe even that much of that first chapter, and let's say it's like super dark and moody, but then it like it like emerges, and now it's like the most happy-go-lucky, sunshine and rainbows type story. That can be a mistake, right? But in the inverse too, you don't want to have it be, well, if we're subverting the tone, again, we might start with it where but this tone is gonna be a little bit dictated by the perception of kind of the character too, right? Like if the character's in a really good place to start and then they hit this really low, right? They hit a low and then they kind of are climbing out of that low point. That can also be a subversion of the tone, right? Because we started up here and then we see them hit this low point. Another thing I'll think about too is my foreshadowing anything, right? Look at this. So I don't have to try to write this as much. Are we foreshadow anything? This you will see sometimes. Are we like opening on a flashback, right? Are we like giving the reader a glimpse into what's to come? Yeah, right. Like, are we seeing the thing that's coming next? And there's kind of a shock value, right? Like if we're writing like a murder story, do we see the murder happen right here? So there's a couple of different things that we're gonna think about, right? And usually I try to have it be that. Now this isn't a hard rule, but usually that first line should be from a pretty important character, whether they are the main character or they're a character that is going to share some of that spotlight. I think that first page and even that first line, the more like punchy you can make that first line, or more of an impact you can have that first line, and if you can tie that to your character, then I think that there's a you build a bond between like your writer, right, the scribbler, and then the actual reader. You build that bond between them. That's something that I always see as like a pretty big target to try to hit. Is like how can I make my reader, or how can I make my audience care about that main character the quickest or the soonest? What thing is going to be compelling for them. Sometimes it's the voice. Sometimes it's a they see maybe a reflection of themselves, or they see a reflection of some aspect of them in that character. You know, maybe they're the same age, or they're a sibling, or whatever it is. But a lot of it is trying to nail that first initial connection point to then build, you know, your empathy and your sympathy and all of these like other emotional bonds with your character. Sometimes too, you just have a really good line that reflects your theme, right? And I've, not to be like the broken record, but like the way that you can kind of think about it too is like, you know, short stories. You have to be punchy with your short stories. And the short story that I wrote, Static Love, is one that starts with the same line that it ends on, right? So here, blah blah blah, and then it ends on the same line, blah blah blah. But that was like the main theme, right? The main theme were in these two lines, the opening and the closing. And so you can be very intentional with the messaging as well, right? A message that you're sending to your reader, right? So yeah, I think there's a lot of intentional there's a lot of action I like to think of when I'm doing those openings. But I'm someone who also really enjoys writing openings or first lines or first chapters. I think those are a lot of fun. That answers your question. That was a very long-winded way to answer it. So there's this cliche I heard some other YouTuber talk about that is kill your friends for power. It's obviously the main character won't do it, of course, running out of words here. But if the main character is just an objectively bad guy and is shown previously to be willing to do so. So I think cliche and trope are hard things to there's a fine line, and usually I think of cliches as being tropes that are currently being used too much, right? So something that might have been cliche 10 years ago might not be as cliche now. But the kill your best friend for power, right? That being like a trope. Kill your friends for power. I wouldn't say that is. It could be a cliche in certain genres, for sure. But I feel like that one is broad enough that there is enough nuances of that happening that the difference between the parameters you put over here and over here, even though it looks like they're kind of the same, right? You know, let's say we're killing our friend for power, or something. The difference between them is like here and here, right? The difference between them is very, very great. This one might be, you know, poorly executed. This one might be like super obvious. You saw it coming kind of thing. But this one might be, maybe it's like a fantasy dynasty and you think that these two are best friends the whole time, right? So friend one and friend two, and this is your, like, you know, the king or the prince to be, and this is like their right hand man, their best friend. But they're like undercut or betrayed, or they find something out. Something leads them to like kill them to then get more power, or so that somebody else can get power. I think that like there's ways you can do that trope or that I would say trope, yeah, where it can feel cliche, in its execution, but also in its setup. But I think you can also get away with doing it where it doesn't feel that way. But I'd be curious to see what the what specifically stories they were referencing, or maybe it's just what people are putting in their stories more so now. The interesting thing about, let's see. Speaking of foreshadowing, do you just figure out the foreshadowing in the outline of the story while working on the chapter? Hold on one second. You guys still see me? Hold on one second. Okay. So we have click on everything. I totally probably. Oh, it's foreshadowing. Yeah. So figuring out foreshadowing. Do you do it before? Do you do it during the outline phase, or kind of as you go? And I would say both, for sure, both, because while you are outlining, you should probably be thinking like, I want to allude to this happening, or I want to foreshadow this to happen. I want maybe there to be a red herring right here, right? So a thing that they think is going to happen, but doesn't. And then here is kind of the thing that I need to set up to then foreshadow. Sorry, one second. And then, so you have your setup happening here, right? So you now know kind of during your outline, I need to foreshadow this thing. But before I do that, I need to have somewhere in here, I need to plan it out. And where logically will that fall, right? If it's another character saying something, or that will be kind of the foreshadowing is like between two characters, right? Between two characters, maybe the only time that they meet these two characters, they are like in the same room, is going to be at this point. So you need to foreshadow something to happen, or you need to have this being your initial bout of like foreshadowing. So it'll happen, but then you'll also be writing and you'll be like, okay, like here's a really big point of conflict, but like here's a spot where I can foreshadow that there's going to be this conflict. So as you're writing, you'll find spots where you'll be like, and even actually I'll say this too sometimes when I'm like reviewing or editing something, where I'll say, hey, you just had this happen, but like you should probably foreshadow it, or you should probably add something that might foreshadow this going to be the case. So it can also happen as you're writing and everything as well. Let's see. That's a good question. Yeah, foreshadowing is something that's like there's a science, but then there's also an art, and which is like everything with writing. I don't know if I figured it out, but I got foreshadowing out by writing the story backwards. Yeah, maybe I'm just overthinking. No, writing it backwards can be a good way to figure out your foreshadowing as well. That's a great way to do it too. For the main character just died. Do you have a favorite first line? Oh, I think N.K. Jemison's opening to the Broken Earth trilogy is really good. It's a really good first line. But I won't. It's really interesting. I love my current first line, but I won't. But I worry it isn't particularly hard hitting, since the story isn't an action packed adventure and a much more character focused. if it's just like the first line, you don't have to necessarily be too concerned with it not, if it's just the first line. Because I think there's room to make up. If your first line is a good hook, but then it kind of develops into something that is closer to what your story is actually about, then I think it becomes I think it's okay then. I think you can get away with that. But a lot of these too sometimes is like a very specific to you, or very specific to your writing, or very specific to your style or your voice or your prose. So don't take everything I'm saying as like gospel to go by. A cliche is probably a poorly used trope. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. I hope you upload this live video soon because I have to go. Yeah, so this will be, yeah, thanks for stopping by and everything. But no, there'll be a playlist that will have these VODs and stuff. So you can always rewatch these. I personally don't think that the first line needs to be action to be hard hitting. Yeah, that's true too. It doesn't have to be, your first line doesn't necessarily have to be anything. It doesn't have to be action, doesn't have to be anything like that. But definitely there should be some conflict in that first chapter. But conflict and action aren't always the same thing. Let's see. I loved the twist in Jupiter Ascending when the villain killed his mother, not for power but for mercy. He actually felt guilty about it. Yeah, I got it. It's been so long since I've seen that film. Sounds really interesting. Never heard of it before. Berserk, Griffin sentences his friends to death. Yeah, that's another one too. Yeah, Berserk does it. It's a space opera. Didn't get very good reviews, but I love the Cinderella twist. Free on YouTube. I'll give it a watch there. Yeah. No, those are, God, I have not seen that one in a while, but yeah, there's I think you can find those like sacrifice tropes being used in a lot of stuff, where again sometimes it's done really well, other times it's kind of done really poorly. Yeah, and that's fine too, because again it could be so okay, that's fair. It does take a few paragraphs to really build the vibe of the story and introduce the first seeds of conflict. Yeah, it doesn't, yeah, there doesn't have to be conflict like word one needs to be conflict or something, but that first chapter does have to have something there. And also there's a lot that goes into sometimes your prose can be really convincing, or sometimes even just some of the initial concepts that you're introducing can be really can draw people in. So there should be some intentional and deliberate action taken when you're doing that first line, or when you're writing the beginning. But it doesn't have to be this formula of I need to hit these things, I need to do this, I need to make sure that I have that in there. So yeah, don't worry too much about that. What we might do though, because we've been going for a few hours now, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. We will do more of these live streams in the future. I think it's been like like 5 months since I did the last one, but I want to try to get into a habit of doing at least these on Wednesdays, and then maybe trying to find another day or two to do them during the week as well. Maybe weekends, we'll see. Yeah, that's true. Having a very impressive first page doesn't mean just action, pulling them in. Yep, also true. But yeah, no, I think this was really good. I hope that you guys got some writing done. I got some writing done. Really good questions. Um, we'll keep doing this. I'll come with some more topics as well to kind of go over. But um, if you guys want to, I'll probably put up on the community tab other times or dates that work best. But yeah, no, I appreciate everybody kind of either getting up early or hopping in here when they did, and all the really really great questions. All right, um, everybody enjoy the rest of your day. Um, hopefully we'll get some more writing soon. Oh, where can you find the live video later on? If you go to my channel, there will be a playlist that should be saved under. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, there'll be a playlist that should just be live streams. The first one that's on there was one from a few months ago. It's a little bit janky. Um, hopefully next, yeah, have Scrivener up. Yeah. Okay. I will talk to you guys later. There'll be a new video coming out. Probably not this week. Probably next week. A little bit behind on that. So, but yeah. See you guys.